Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello. I'll give everybody a minute to realize that, hi, I'm live. Let me go pop these in some of the Discords. Let's put it in mine. That's not the right group chat. This is the right chat. Yeah, we're gonna send now. There we go. It's funny how every time I try to go into Discord, I forget how to Discord. Good morning, Becca. Hello. Hi, Lexi. Welcome. You know what? Do you, though? Is it entirely necessary to get out of bed? It's not like you've got a computer you got to turn on and all that. Good morning, Christy. Morning, Nadine. I should probably grab my book. Hello. Apparently, this is the year that I am very good at getting to sequels when the sequel comes out for some of my favorite series. So I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. But the book that I'm going to be reading today is The Hunting Moon. I've got an audiobook working, but I'm not talking about that one right now because they're being boycotted by St. Martin's, or not by, it's a St. Martin's Press book. So they're being boycotted by people. So I may listen to some of that and like tell you page counts. But I'm not going to tell you the name of it because they're asking us to hold all. Ooh, what happened there? They're asking us to hold all reviews until St. Martin's Press is less of a butt. Okay, little bro's expecting me, and if I don't show up at my mom's house soon, he'll be calling me. Aw, that's very. My brother is too old for that now. So, I mean, not that we were ever at an age where I needed to take care of him. So that's very nice. My parents were. I would have been a baby taking care of a baby. So we are like, we're close. We're kind of close in age by definitions from what I understand. Am I really the only person posting in Brianna's? Why do I keep getting it wrong? There we go. Okay. Yeah, me and my brother, there's 3.5 years between us, I think. Because I was 87 and he was 91. Let's just see if he wants to pop on. Let's see. Becca's doing a reread of The Upside of Falling. Christy's hoping to get done Covet by Tracy Wolff and then start reading The Housemaid. Nice. What is everyone else reading? And how is everyone this morning? How are we doing? I am awake. I've been awake since like 7:30, but I just couldn't manage to get myself out of bed until about 30 minutes ago. All right. Hello, Bryce. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I am going to be reading Empire of Storms. Nice. Lexi is going to be reading Sea of Monsters today. Nice. I have another project that has taken over my life at this point. So there we go. Hold on. I'm sweet talking someone into saying hello. I say as after I strong-armed him into taking over our D&D group for the month of November, even though I probably don't need it, honestly. So, anyways, this is the sequel to one of my favorite books of last year, The Luminaries. I'm way too close to the camera. I apologize. But I'm very excited. Oh, God. I just realized it's probably not going to end well. See, this is why I don't get to sequels right away. This is why I don't do that. I'm going to read it anyways. I'm going to regret this. I'm going to read it anyways. But if you haven't heard me talk about the first book, it is kind of like Buffy meets Gilmore Girls, because it's like this small town setup where everyone knows everyone, but they're also monster hunters. So there is that. Becca, why are you calling me out like this? I should probably do some writing and maybe some YouTube planning. Yeah, no. I have been trying to plan a video that I need to make. And I honestly wanted to get out on Monday. I don't think it's coming out on Monday. And the brain just hasn't been cooperating. So, anyways, Bryce is doing pretty good. We had some crazy weather changes down here in Louisiana. So my son, oh God, I hate that. I have to deal with them every morning. Okay, hold on. Let me get to my channel. I have to deal with them every morning. Like, they just, I don't know. It's like they save up all their juicy goodness for when I wake up in the morning. And it's the worst. Some days are worse than others, though. So it's just, especially when the weather changes. Like, the weather changes, that's going to be an all-day thing instead of just like the morning of, like, usually it takes like 20 minutes in the morning for, I drink water, they clear out, everyone's happy. So, all right, I'm gonna go and let's see. I think we'll do this one. Just get this timer set up. All right, we are going to continue with the YouTube experiment and see if changing the timer changes anything else. So, for those of you out there that do streaming, I have officially figured out that YouTube, if you're monetized, you get a higher either CPM or RPM, one of the two. I don't pay attention to the one that's actually what I get paid, because it doesn't matter at this point. But one of the two, you get higher if the word productive is in, if you say you're doing productivity sprints instead of reading sprints. In case anyone's wondering, little tidbit there for you. Let's pull this up. Let's get this fixed. And since it's just me, I'm actually gonna, you know what? It's just a girl. So I am going to just do this. We'll do an hour. I'm gonna do an hour, and I'm gonna sit and read my book and drink my tea. And I will, nope, that's the ugly way. There we go. I will see everyone in 60 minutes. So Welcome back. How did everyone do? I don't think you look like death. You look fine. Buddy, you are muted.
It's one of the good things. Good, because I've been talking to myself the entire time. I feel old. I feel like a decrepit human being. Although, actually, the lighting now is not so bad. I just had like
Sure.
lots of spots, and the skin was really foldy, and I'm just like, I'm dying. Anyways, comments.
What a weirdo.
What? It's just what it looks like. All right. I don't need to justify anything to you.
Oh, decrepit and old, says the man who's barely 30. Oh, let me tell you, just wait till you get to the other side of 35.
Are you there? Oh, you are there, aren't you?
I
Or at least
I am not
No, you're
11/12 of the way there.
Right.
So,
Like you're 3 years
Dad
older
and
than
I
me,
are
which
having
would put you at
problems with the
35.
same knee.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I read 17 pages. I'm already like just loving this.
I read half a page of this, so.
I mean, that's an accomplishment. I've read some of those Dungeons and Dragons books, and the text is very small, and there's a lot of it on one page, so it does take quite a bit of reading to get through.
To be fair, I didn't have difficulty reading it because of the small text. I had difficulty reading it because I'm like, oh wait, what if I do this silly thing?
Oh, hold
By
on.
the way, this is what we're going through.
A motherfucker
Which I'm
forgot.
sure you
Okay,
can guess.
never mind. I thought I'd forgotten to turn on monetization. Oop, hold on. Look at that.
You need money? Ah, hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, Thor.
Hello.
Morning. How are you guys over there
You want to be Thorn or something?
in the frigid tundra of South Dakota?
Well, it hasn't snowed yet.
It snowed in South Bend. How has it not snowed in South Dakota?
Well, it did snow one time,
Ah.
and then everything went. And to this morning, it was frosty, and there's just like a little bit of like white on the roofs, but other than that, nothing.
Nice.
I see.
So basically, what is it? You haven't had a real snow yet. You've had a little bit of cold. You've had the Florida version of cold, which is gone below freezing point, and you got to cover the plant.
We'll see when it did snow.
That's not what
There
Florida
was snow on the
does.
ground.
Oh,
It just
what is-
melted.
Buddy, the closest we get to snow is when you have to go and put sheets over your plants so they don't die of frost.
You've never felt that in St. Petersburg. That's like Jacksonville shit. Don't lie to
We
me.
literally had neighbors have to cover their plants, sir.
Oh wow.
Just because you didn't go out in the neighborhood doesn't mean all of us didn't.
I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe it gets fucking 30, 32.
Hold on. At night it does. Do not make me bring our mother in here.
Your mother doesn't know what cold is anymore.
Anyways, hey Ro, welcome. And
oh my gosh, I'm on a sprint with when Ro shows up.
Amazing.
It feels like it's been a really long time.
Good morning, and good morning, Kay. Thank you guys for joining us. I see a couple other people have gotten in, but I want to catch up. So, how did y'all do during that sprint? I know you just joined us, Thor. So,
well, Soren was sleeping, so
that is
very productive, I'm sure.
That is a win. Anytime the child takes a nap. So, oh wait, he probably just didn't wake up. Like
he just woke up.
Morning.
Yeah, open his eyeballs.
Yeah, you guys are behind. I'm like, yeah, it's 10:30. Not
and the power went out at some point, and then Calvin messaged me. And he's like, "Hey, do we have any videos of when I got tased in Africa?" So I was looking for a while.
Who got tased in Africa?
Calvin did.
That is a sentence.
Wild.
Hey,
Well,
Sarah.
Calvin did some of his training in Africa.
Mhm.
It was like an annual training.
The
Because he
child
was
is
in the
awake.
Marine Corps.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I have a cousin that was in the Marine Corps. So that's
So he's like, "Do we have some videos on our computer?" So I'm like, "I don't know. I'm gonna be on sprints, and I'll look, I guess."
That's so funny. So, and then, what about you, baby bro?
I tried to read through material for Tuesday and then just kept getting distracted with ideas that I will not write down or implement probably. But hey, that's life.
Sir, if you're on your phone, just take notes. You'll never look at them again, but you
What's the difference? Anyways, hey Thor, you ready to play with power?
I've never been that high of a level, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little scared.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great.
That makes two of us.
Put one together. You have an idea?
I wouldn't say I have an idea. I have like a couple floating in my brain, and I don't have a character sheet yet. So
yeah, that's on my list for this weekend, and it will probably get done Tuesday after my doctor's appointment.
I mean, we have 3 days, so like it's fine probably, but also.
Yes, well, I also have quite a bit of world building that I need to do if I'm picking things back up in December, so I need to do that on Tuesday too.
I actually went through like a cycle when I was building my character for Margaret's. I actually was literally having a panic attack, and Calvin was like helping me work through it. So we're gonna get there without the panic attack this time.
Good.
Yes. Like, no, this is actually much better. You're at level set. You'll be at level 7. Power spikes will be hitting. It's going to be great. You're going to be attacking multiple times with one action. Like, it's going to be great. The dice are going to feel real good in your hand.
Let me know if you want to do a dual character building session. We can sit down and yell at each other to finish our characters.
I think that would be really great, actually.
Okay. I will DM you and we'll figure out a time sometime this weekend.
What book are you using, Ben?
Storm
I don't know
Giants,
if I have it yet.
This.
Oh, Cloud Giants.
Go through this. Cloud Giants Bargain. So this is a little piece that I was running Storm King's Thunder, and that group fell apart because fucking grad students and people who had fun with each other but didn't want to hang out with each other at all anyways. So it's just like there was no motivation to work in the campaign. I'm just like, no, everyone wants to play D&D, right? You're having fun, right? And I'm like, yeah, we're having fun. Nothing's wrong. Also, I'm off on conference. Fuck you. They're like, no. Anyways, life sucks. It's fine. That said,
it gets hard to schedule stuff when you're a big boy.
I saw this as a thing that I always wanted to go through, and at least Kara's somewhat was part of that campaign, so her character was already there, and she had been like very sad about not being able to play her particular character. And I'm like, hey, by the way, here's a great gift. She's just like, literally the best thing I could have ever done for her.
Oh, we love it. We love it. I have too many ideas for this character. I think I'm going to stick with the first one that I told you and save the other one for a longer campaign potentially.
Garglegorn.
So, but anyways, let's check in with everybody else. Hello, staying by, is it SKZ? Or should I pronounce that as all out? But hello, first time here. I did Duolingo, did some uni work this sprint. I need to get back on my Duolingo game, but it harasses me if I so much as look at it. So I am terrified.
That's just what a good boyfriend does, you know?
Ben!
You know what? If I had a boyfriend as dedicated as Duolingo, I wouldn't complain about it. Because Duolingo always wants to hang out with me. But
come on, let's go.
You know,
the goal would be to have a bookish boyfriend who you can just body double with and just sit there and read.
this is exactly it. What I think is going to end up happening is I'm going to go find a local Spanish class.
No expectations, just vibes.
Yeah, exactly. So, 82% into Reckless Heart from Butterflies and Books. Nice. Bryce read about 2 chapters. Purple Dragonfly, starting with some productivity, even though I want to read. Glad there's sprints to keep me focused. Yeah, you notice I did fold the laundry before I started reading. And I don't know if anyone watched my expressions. But the reason that they were so odd and weird was not because, actually, it was because of what I was listening. But I was actually listening to a podcast, and they were talking about we're doing a lighter episode, this set of episodes this week, which means we're reading through men's adventure magazines from the 50s, and some of the things they describe.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I was into it. I'm gonna have to look up some of those 50s adventure magazines.
Like, wait for that. Becca read 43 pages and then scrolled on TikTok. That is a whole moon. I read 5 pages, got on Twitter for some reason, and then read some more. So, Bookworm Lynn, hi, I joined 5 minutes ago. I hope to get as much read of Cloud Cuckoo Land today. Working against a Libby deadline. I feel that in my soul. I have so many Libby deadlines that are pressing down on me right now. I greatly overestimated my ability to get through several 10-hour audiobooks.
Oh.
I should be able to do it. I should be able to get through one of those books in like 2 days. I should not need the full 2 weeks.
You would think.
You would think.
You would think. I will say some of those are pretty freaking long.
So, and it's not even that I don't like the books. Like, they're interesting. I probably will listen to one of them later today because I'm almost halfway through it, almost done it, and I need it to, you know why I need to finish it. Or Thor knows why. So
I read 2 in a day once.
Yeah. I'm trying to prep for a project, and I'm doing a very bad job of it.
Well, I mean, I haven't filmed anything in months.
Mm-hmm.
So, more power to you.
Yeah, if I can get through like the first books in these series before I have to read all of the sequels, I will be happy. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do this. I will probably have a mental breakdown.
You got this, Margaret.
So
the only pressure you're putting on is yourself. No one else is putting this pressure on you. No one else gives a single flying fuck if you finish it or not. You're the only one.
I mean, there is a little bit of a deadline, and I know I will get more views if I am able to stick to the deadline.
Pull a Linus Tech Tips. You got this.
So, anyways,
videos all the time. No
say
quality.
what?
No, I said pull a Linus Tech Tips.
Who's
Feed the
Linus?
machine ever more and more.
That doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Just want a big YouTube. They had a controversy about their pipeline and some dissatisfaction with the employees about how much content they were pumping out, and like the breakneck pace they had to go at, but like the quality control was a little less, which is less of an issue. And then they were trying to get into the like, hey, we're accurately testing PCs. Fuck these other guys. Hey, that guy wasn't a PR person. The person who said that was doing a tour and wasn't a PR person. But there was a whole little controversy about that, which...
I mean, that doesn't surprise me, just knowing kind of what the industry for editors and stuff is. And how editors and people who do, especially digital visual arts, I mean, like, people have always, like, discounted people who do artistic stuff. But, like, people who do, they're underpaid, I'm sure. So, my hair is...
I think, like, the pay is fine. I'm sure they're, like, a little overworked. It seems like they've restructured and done a little bit of good like focusing, but like yeah, I think the guy who runs it just kind of took the head view of like the the algorithm will fuck you if you don't keep up with it, and that's a scary motivation.
I know that.
No, yeah, I'm sure.
Have you watched my latest video, sir? Probably not, because you don't watch my videos. Anyway,
I watch your videos occasionally whenever I interact with you enough to feel guilty.
Spoken like a true brother.
Sometimes I just randomly I'm like, oh no, hey, look.
sorry.
I'll see what my annoying big sister is up to.
Yeah.
I do.
It's fine. Says the man who's gonna miss my birthday this year.
I don't know about that. Also,
No.
not missed any of the other ones, so.
You missed the last one. I think you missed last year. You weren't here till the 28th or something.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Stuff. Yeah, whatever. Well, you know what? How many of my birthdays did you come to visit?
I know. That's why I'm not making a terribly big deal about it. I'm not in your DMs boo-hooing. I'm just going to come out and harass you in January.
Just boo-hooing me here on
Well,
live
then you should
television
just
in
buy
front
you a
God
bunch of
and everyone.
presents.
I know he makes big money now too.
I do. I don't make enough money, but I make decent.
Sir, the parents have told me how much you are making. Don't tell me that.
Oh, that's a lot of money. But also, I live in a city. I want to buy a house, damn it.
Don't
I don't know. This apartment's actually really fucking good.
don't give me that, because I will tell you what my salary is and you will cry. You will go, I can't imagine having to live on that.
I was a grad student. I understand.
So anyways, I
Yeah,
am making the most money I've ever made in my life, and it probably still will not cap 50,000 next year.
The most that my brothers do is that, like, I don't think my brothers have never contributed anything via, like, my channel. Harley did buy me a couple books, so we'll count that.
Good for Harley. He occasionally will come and like talk on my videos, but like I don't like, for the record, I don't read the same books as he does all the time. Like, we have some that we have in common, but there are a lot that, if you're not interested in the video, why watch the video? So I give him a hard time because I'm his sister and he should just watch every video because he misses me. But
I mean, technically, he could click on the video and put it on mute and then like and.
Yeah.
I remember. I'm familiar with the concept of death and grieving. I told Mother once, I don't know if I would cry if you died. So I still don't, actually. But like, we've kind of come around. It's just like, no, like, the world's probably a better place, so like I can rationalize this. I don't need to feel that sad.
Ben, I'm pretty sure, like, talk all you want, but I'm pretty sure you would bawl your fucking eyes out.
He probably would. I mean, you'd cry for our parents. Don't give me that.
I don't know. It's fine. Emotions are weird, dude. They just kind of catch up on you.
Maybe you wouldn't cry at the funeral, but went by yourself. It would fuck you up.
Yeah. I know from experience. As a professional bottler, sir, I do that. That is a mood.
I mean, like, this is also coming from the person who's lost sleep over the concept of like, oh yeah, the world's fucking 2040 or whatever. Oh wait, that's right when Pop will die. That's also right when it's like, oh god, okay, this is so like, or express brain catches you off guard.
In your defense, we were talking somehow. I think I brought it up. We got on the subject. We were talking about Terry Schiavo because I've told the parents and no unequivocal, like, if the doctors say I'm gone, cut me. I don't want you to keep me. That led into Mom.
No, Jesus for you.
Starting to talk about, like, mentioning the fact that, like, yeah, if we end up in like the doctor, I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna cut you. Don't worry. Like, knowing where she was going, a mother was like, cutting you out of
I'll
the
give
way.
you like a week, maybe 2. And it's like, it's not worth it.
I would at least wait to hear what the
the doctor would say, hey, it looks like they'll probably pull through, or oh, we expect them to, or it's a crapshoot. Who knows? Because by the way, it's usually a crapshoot. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, no, I've had that. It's very, I don't know why, like that's come up with both of the parents in the last week for weird, I don't know why.
They're worried about
But,
their own
like,
mortality. It's fine. They're just thinking about it. And they're like, no, that's not like worried. They're worried about the impact of their mortality on us.
no, I know. So anyway,
Old people are just like hurt enough that it's like, if I die, whatever. Whereas you and I are right in that peak of life where it's like, oh, death is scary. Fuck. I got all these things.
I mean, Dad's at the place where with every single client when they're talking about health issues, it's so funny because he's like, yeah, if I was a horse, they'd have taken me out back and shot me already. And I'm like,
to be fair, they've been making those jokes for like 30 years. Very consistent on that.
He's not been having problems for 30 years.
Like
bro.
if I stub my toe and it like kind of breaks and doesn't go away, like you can just shoot me in the head. Like
This is
on,
really
that's
interesting
What's
to
life
hear.
worth living?
I said this is really interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad, they're under control, but my dad has a lot of health issues, and it's just very interesting to hear how he engages with that. Which, okay, that's their fun gallows humor.
When they're just like, oh, I'm gonna die someday. Who cares?
Like, there's a whole thing. Like, I grow cysts more than most people. I'm just like, oh, am I dying? Is it gonna be cancer? Like literally, I've lost sleep over that. I'm just like, I don't know. Everyone that like is here that like swells up and then goes away sometimes. It's weird. It's just like, what?
I mean,
when you're laying there like, is this gonna be forever? Oh well.
Is this the one? Is this the one?
Is this the time?
You can tell this boy did not grow up with massive allergies because I have lymph nodes that have been swollen since my teens.
Well, it's not like it's not lymph nodes. I've got like one on my back. I've got one on the side. Like it's not lymph nodes that are swelling.
I love how I had all of the health issues as a kid, and you were like, "Yeah, cool, I escaped them," and now you're old.
And I'm like, oh, gross slightly. That's uncomfy. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was always going to be that way.
Anyways, so
I get fucked by not allergies, but anything that's small in the air. So
you have asthma.
Yes, some cat dander that does that. No, I don't. Like I don't swell up and throat. It's just like, oh no, my nose is just going to run for all day, and it's going to suck. It's going to ruin your ability to concentrate. It's maybe going to give you a sore throat. It's going to make the doctor make fun of you. I went to see the doctor over my sore throat the other day because I'm just like, it's been here for 2 weeks. Let's just see it. And she's just like, doesn't seem like infection. I see some like postnasal drip, whatever. Here's some prednisone. If I could describe your swelling on a scale of like 1 to 5, where 1 is nothing and 5 is like fully closed off, I'd put your swelling right about at you're a little bitch level. Specifically, she said 2. Like I'd put it at 2, and I was like, oh, I know what you're saying. Okay, I got it. Yeah, like I just not used to it lasting this long. All right, fine.
You know what? But it's better to get that, especially if you've had a sore throat. It's better to get that looked at because you never know. It could be strep. It could be something else.
Right. I had a few things that were like, it's probably not, because I had like discharge and stuff that was like the postnasal drip coming up.
Oh yeah, postnasal drip will get your throat all the time.
Peak content, by the way. I'm glad I can entertain everyone. I'm glad I can entertain anyone in the chat with my health struggles.
Anyways, this man has not seen enough of my posts going, my nose is running, I want to die.
Oh, I haven't. Yeah, no. Oh, okay. I relate.
So, okay, sorry, let's get back to people. Christy didn't read much in that sprint, had to help my mom and then talk to my boyfriend. You know what? That's quality time though. Quality productivity. Alex is reading a nonfiction book about the law because I'm a nerd. I am also a nerd, so I may be interested. Iguana Traffic Gold. One day I'll find someone to successfully teach me how to play D&D. So what I would suggest, Bryce, is go look up the channel Dimension 20. Because that gives you a real good idea of how D&D works. That's what this one
to be fair
had me go watch. To
To
be
be fair, it also gives them unrealistic expectations and will ruin your ability to ever DM.
Why do you think I've been watching so much of Abria? Because she's so much closer to number one where I am and how I DM than either Brendan or me. She's very relatable as a DM, and she's so good. Like, I'm still not at her level, but like she makes it feel a lot more accessible. That like I don't feel like I have to have had 10 years of improv classes to be able to do this
I
well.
feel like you have to have just like spent your entire life just happenstantially doing the things that make you good at doing character voicing DM things.
Yeah, no, I don't feel like I need to have been a successful voice actor to be able to do this.
I don't think Brendan Lee Mulligan was ever a successful voice actor.
He was not, but the other DM that's really big is Matthew Mercer. Who is.
Yeah, that's true. But also, like, I can't get into bats, so he's just like.
That sounds like a you problem.
Oh man, I don't know. He takes himself too seriously. I love it, but also
he does not. If you have seen any of his behind the scenes stuff, he does not. He really doesn't. Anyways, but Brendan's humor meshes with me a little bit more because he tries to make things funny. I think Matt is more interested in telling the story and like giving his characters chances. And that's what I really like about Critical Role, like the interactions between characters. Hillary is here reading Alatsoe.
That's a good freaking book.
We love to. I need to read some Darcy Little Badger because I keep saying I'm going to, and then I stop reading.
Wait, have you read Alatsoe?
I haven't read Alatsoe yet.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
That was one of, I think I was gonna read it one year for Indigathon, and then I stopped reading books in November.
You should read it. The audiobook is really great. I liked it, so
I know.
You should, Margaret. Okay. All right.
It is on my list of books to get to. So
it's okay. I still have to read A Snake Falls to Earth.
Yeah. I
don't know when I'm gonna get to it, but we'll figure it out.
I'm not one of those people that like me being interested in a book ever expires, you know? So like in my mind, it's always gonna be there for me to read. And somehow I keep ending up with so many. I'm bad at reading books that I want to read, and I always.
It's that way for me too. And publishers, I'll be like, "Oh my god, I would love to read that," and they're like, "Okay, we'll send it to you," and I'm like, "Fuck, okay, great, thank you so much for sending that." No pressure.
Beautiful. Nadine finished dinner with it was rice, fish, and cooked vegetables. Nadine knows how we operate on this channel. If you would like to tell us what you ate, we want to know. I understand that can be dicey for some people. If that's going to be harmful to talk about your food, you do not have to. But morning, Elena. We are here reading, journaling, and prepping for destruction on Tuesday.
I'm scared.
It's going to be great. I really think is going to be the challenge is we're going to go through this in one session, and then I don't know what to do for the next one. Maybe we'll just be like, holiday break, bye. Margaret has to do everything, bye.
That is a possibility. It'll depend on how much prep I can get done for like because
or I can just either like if it takes one session. Here's the trouble: is it's either that or it's just like this is the campaign now. I am the DM now. We're doing Star King's Thunder like I always wanted.
That's adorable.
Oh my god.
I muted everything. This keyboard has a button that like has a media control thing that's great, but like if it's set to the plus minus, there's like it literally you press into the keyboard to mute it or unmute it, and if I like thump it, it's enough to jostle it, and then I can't hear anything. It is so annoying because I'll be like, damn Protoss, and then I can't hear Daniel anymore trying to tell me useful tactical information while playing StarCraft. Great. Anyways, what did you say, Thor?
I said that was adorable.
Perfect. Yes, this is exactly the vibes you're going for. It's fine. I'll figure out the flash mob routine for Clouth.
That's so funny. You now know my struggle, sir, because I'll prep stuff that I'm like, hey, this is going to take a session for us to get through. And then it takes us 2 or 3.
And then
I'll
we do
prep-
nothing, but we see this random trash can and we're like, what's in the trash can?
What is, okay, what's the weird potion? I think everyone's going to try and what I have learned is never come up with details for flavor.
Meanwhile, the mysterious
No, you
guy
do.
has been
You have
standing there
to.
the whole time like, I'm right here, guys.
It's so funny. So it's either what I think is going to take us 1 session is going to take us like 3, or what I think is going to take us like 2 or 3 sessions. Like I'm prepped for the next 2 months. Takes us 1. There is
We
no in between. I haven't
had
figured
another.
that out yet. So
Another campaign that the DM has been complaining because like we were futzing around with stuff, and like two settings in a row, right? 2 like cities in a row that we were visiting. He's like, all right, I've got all this side content. They're gonna go have little misadventures, and then he's like, oh, but they went straight for the plot, so they skipped everything, and then they went here. It's like, well, you brought the dragon flew in. Like, what did you want us to do? Not say hi? Oh, there's a big important story, and now it's like, but we're gonna go look at the college students who are doing weird dance. It was like, I get it, college doesn't matter anymore. Oh, we're gonna try and sneak into the city. Oh, you've made the city guarded very heavily, and then we go around that. Oh, there was supposed to be stuff in there. What did you expect, John?
Oh, y'all there are several encounters that will be reskinned and reused later in this campaign. Like there will be consequences for y'all having skipped them.
Amen, brother. That's how it's supposed to be, boy. Yo.
No, so
I'm gonna be annoyed at you because it's like it wasn't obvious we were skipping that.
When you guys say nope to an encounter, I'm just like, you know what? Okay, nope to the encounter. I've got other stuff prepped. We're gonna do it. But it's very, very funny because I'm like, well, now that thing's going to go unchallenged and could have wider reaching consequences in the world. So, anyways, you know what?
It's important to create forks for people so that they have to make choices and then make them go wrong one way or another based off of that.
Well, like the last encounter, y'all did.
Can't solve everything. Get fucked.
I know. The last encounter y'all did, I was expecting it to go very differently, and Thora was like, no, let's talk to this person and listen to them. And I'm like, we're going to honor that choice. So I was like,
when was that?
The Banshee.
Oh, yeah. I was like, well, we're here. If we're stuck, why don't we just want to
Did you expect us to like fight the ghost immediately?
I had a whole bunch of stuff for you to like there. I don't even, you can't even like, there are so many notes for that encounter that I'm like, if the players do this, here is what happens. If the players do this, here is what happens. Like I have, so that I'm not making those decisions in the moment.
But it's like, how are you going to fight a ghost?
Oh, you could have fought her. You could have.
D&D is very explicit on how to do that.
Poor Galsa.
Yeah, so basically, the way that I had it set up is if you fought her, she would have gone back and killed her. The only way to free her was to break the curse and break those stones. That was the only way to free her. That would always. But you could have fought her, and you could have fought her little beasties. You guys did see some of what I was doing or what I had planned. But she would have just gone dormant and then re-upped on like a 5 or a 6 when it came.
And then just fucked us up like a minute
and
later.
Then come back and fuck y'all up. But like the goal was, there was never any way that you were going to kill her. It was always going to be eventually what would happen was she was going to be set free. So like that, you guys got the main point of the message. So, and we'll wrap that up the next time I'm DMing. But it was very interesting to see y'all kind of figuring out what was going on. So, but oh, we got a Renee. Renee joined. Hey, jumping in. Not ready to read yet today. Been fixing Father's Day gifts. It's today here. Okay, I'm assuming that that's Father's Day, unless I am very mistaken, and this is a day that I did not know existed until this moment. So, I mean, there's no reason Father's Day has to be in June. So, all right, let us pull up the sprint counter and we will go in 3, 2, 1. Mute your mics. Welcome back. Hold on. Somebody had computer troubles. So,
I had to install software.
oh. Oh no, I'm very worried if you had to install software for Tuesday night.
No, for drawing tablet, I'm going to make things. An important point. Do you see that little white thing in the corner?
Yeah?
That's my computer right now.
The
It's a
little
little,
bitty
it's a
white
little,
thing?
it's a little handheld device. It's like a big old game. It's like a big ass game, but it's a whole PC. My other laptop, I already made it because I dropped it. It's got a little ding, and then like the foot is like coming. There's like a rubber strip foot that you can't like get back in. It's like all hanging. I'm like, all right, go fix that. And I sent it in on the last day it was eligible to do it. So I was like, yeah, all right, fine. we'll get it in there.
Last minute as a Stortenbecker should be.
Look, I time things out very nicely, and things fall into place exactly where they need to be most of the time.
Sure.
Okay.
If you are too early, you're not letting the interest accrue the way that it should.
Oh God, you sound like Dad. That's
Oh my
consumer
God.
advice, sir. Anyways, I read 5 pages. I didn't get very far because some dude is being an asshole on Twitter, and decided that it's a good idea to QT someone who has 1,000 followers when he has nearly 10, but that's fine. His people
10
don't have
followers is a lot, Margaret.
10,000.
Oh,
10,000
but
followers.
you said 10.
Well, she said 1,000 first, 1,000 followers, and then 10,000 followers. It turns out.
I apologize. I should have been more clear. He has nearly 10,000 followers. And he's like, well, you QT'd me. What? Like, buddy, you're, instead of replying to people, you're just QTing all of these smaller accounts. You can't do anything. So, anyways, how did everyone else do? Someone restarted his computer. I understand.
I cleaned up a little bit back there and did start laundry, but should.
I have a load of laundry that needs to be actually put on the bed, but we'll get there eventually. Let's see. How did you do, Thor?
I have finished writing in my mood tracker and like doing the mood tracker thing, and now I'm just kind of finishing Friday.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Okay. I'm liking the book so far. Like, it's just like from the get-go, we just hit the ground running here. It's very like Girlie is having to deal with the fact that she is suddenly famous and doesn't want to be, especially because she's famous for something she didn't do.
Oop.
So Purple Dragonfly is still on the productivity boot. Adulting does take so much time. I hate it. So Christy made it chapter 115 in Covet. Ooh, that must be some short chapters. Like, I know that's a thick book, but sounds like some short chapters over there. So, anyways, I'm going to reset this now. Renee got 1 chapter and started another. Reverie by Ryan LaSala, a YA urban fantasy. I'll be interested. It's very interesting, like some of the reviews that came out for that, because like there were a lot of people that really loved it. And then there were a lot of people that were like, this is not fleshed out at all. And it's like, okay, interesting. Very, very interesting how, like, just, it's always weird when, like, people have competing critiques about a book. And it's like, did y'all read the same book?
Yeah.
So it's just, it's very interesting. I'm a big believer in like put in as much world building as is needed to tell the story you want to tell. Yes, they are. They range from 1 page to like 3 pages, so really short chapters. Oh my god, that would drive me absolutely batty, probably. Like I like it when you use that to kind of pick the pace up, but a whole book of that, like, give me a chance to settle in a little bit. Although I can't really say, because I read what was it? The Hawthorne Legacy? No? What is the name of the first book? Anyways, those are very short chapters, and like that does keep you going. Yeah. Not loving it yet, but still early in the book. Yes, well, no one is ever gonna love everybody book they read, but opinions are interesting. Yeah, it's not necessarily that like, oh, obviously this person didn't like the book. It's more of a, okay, it's weird that people are saying like the people who like you're getting the complete opposites of the spectrum are happening here. Like someone saying, oh man, this had great world building, and someone else is going, this book had zero world building at all. And it's like, well, which is it? So I don't know. World building is nice, but I always feel like plot and character should take precedence, you know? So, anyways. All right, anything to add to any of that, y'all? Before I pull the timer back up?
Oh, wow. I mean, I figured we'd bullshit with each other a little bit longer, but...
I mean, that would require you to bullshit back.
I'm sorry. I've been distracted. I have been bad. I thought you were going over that. I'm like, I've been talking too much lately. My apologies. I'm just trying to get this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fucking steal all the pictures from here, and I'm just going to write, like, where the loot is and the monsters are and stuff, and be like, ah, yes, this way I can easily remember-ish. I'll get there, but it's fine.
I tell myself that all the time, and then I'm like, wait, I can't find my specific, like, it's always the specific note you need in that moment as things are happening that you're like, fuck, where did I put that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why can't I find it?
Well, so I think this is like generally pretty good. They have, you've seen these. They've got like the rooms labeled and whatever, right? H1 corresponds to, you'll get this so it's not like breaking, corresponds to, a particular room here. H1 is this guy, right? So you show in and it's like, there's the description. So generally that's like going to be fine. It's just like, well, since they're so split, it's really hard to know the gist. So I'm thinking it's just like over there, this monster, this treasure, this stuff. Links to here. There's a whole bunch of software that like lets you like it's not real. There's something that's another off-brand thing of like Roll20 that I had for a while because that whole like extra playmat thing that I had, well, TV mat that I had under my glass table for I mean, there was like, oh, how do I control this? Well, I could do this, but it turns out that's complicated and I don't have time to figure it out. Well, maybe I do nowadays. I do have a lot of time that I need to figure out how to fill because I'm making sure that I only do work that I get paid for.
Yeah.
i.e. don't work more than 80 hours, which the people who work at APL are just like, yes, don't do more. Stop it. No more grad school for you. Do your idiot. Stop. Go live. And I'm like, yes, that's a good idea.
I mean, I can't blame you because like I want to go back to college so badly, but like I don't want to get I just want to be able to like sit in and take classes on shit and be paid. I want that to be my job, is going to college and taking classes.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you can do that. It just, Well,
you're not being paid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I think that is what grad school can be if you get the right one.
I'm gonna try to audit a class in January.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's like an intro, or not intro. It's like something about indigenous literature, and
Yeah.
there's like a project or something. And I met with the teacher. She gave me her like syllabus, all of the books I'd have to get, and I'm just like,
You're gonna have to tell us if there's anything good in that. Like, what is the best out of the list that she's gonna give you? Because that sounds like that sounds like a fantastic class. I always love the lit classes. So
well,
I would,
I've never read any of these, but the only name that I recognize is Leslie Marmon Silko.
okay.
And so I just have to get the books and read them.
You know, sometimes
So,
the deadline of having a class though makes that easier.
well, they go through it week by week or whatever.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think for me the biggest obstacle for me is going to be getting the money for it. And so I mean, don't get me wrong, it's only $100, but like $100 for like my family is a lot. So if anything, I'm gonna be like, hey, social media, can you help me out? That would be like my biggest bit of it. But also like, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But we're gonna try.
Yeah. There is a part of me that misses taking literature classes. But also I was taking like so burnt out by literature classes by the time I did college because I kept doing Victorian literature. And like half of all of the books are in there, those classes are depressing. But like half of them I was just like, I don't even like this. This is why would you write this, Thomas? Why would you write this?
Because they could.
Me taking any more physics classes.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, and it's really hard because like a lot, like Thomas Hardy did a lot of talking about how society treated women. However, you can tell a massive difference between like how he treats his female characters versus how someone like Elizabeth Gaskell treats her female characters, because they both wrote I think Ruth and Tess of d'Urbervilles are very comparable because they're both about a woman that gets taken in by an older man when they're a teenager and ends up getting kind of thrown, like having to suffer the consequences of that, of being his mistress when he abandons her pregnant. And like, yeah, the community focus and the way people come together in Ruth and support Ruth, like she doesn't have a happy ending. Eventually she does die. But like she still is given more agency and more of like she's given a satisfying conclusion and ending to her story versus just like, oh, it's terrible, I am going to go throw myself off a cliff or whatever it is that happens in Tess of d'Urbervilles. So,
this sounds grim as shit. What the fuck?
No, I'm not even getting into here.
Sounds like this lady doesn't know how to write realistic women characters. Am I right, boys?
Not the lady. Thomas Hardy is a man.
Like, come on. All you girls are like, oh no, boy doesn't like me. I'm gonna drown myself.
It's not even that. It's that like they end up like and it's accurate, but like there's just such an interesting comparison to be there to have Tess, who ends up getting fully, ostracized from society, and that affects her. But then also having someone go, no, I'm going to write a story where she is able to like reclaim some of her life in this without it being ruined. And her community this new community she finds is going to come around her, even though they are very aware that what she's done, she's not a widow. She is a woman who is not married. So,
I think that's like an important lesson that a lot of the older like classic literature does have like a sense of hopelessness about it that feels incorrect for how the brain really does try to fix its circumstances. Like, because, right, we adapt, we get used to it. And I think it's like good to see that type of story structure where it's like, hey, yeah, things can be shitty, particularly if you let it, but like you can find those meaningful connections, just like make connections with people that will make your life feel so much better. That's important. That's the thing to do, to focus on.
Yeah.
And what I really find sad is that, like, I feel like there's an understanding in women's literature that like they actually get it, and that's like it's treated by writers as kind of a feminine coded thing when it's just a human coded thing. And I think a lot of boys growing up should just learn that, right? Should think like you should have also characters that do that,
People are not wrong when they talk about, first off, Elizabeth Gaskell and Thomas Hardy, those two books, they were contemporaries. They were both written at the same time. So it wasn't even like a modern thing. It was just a kind of the view of how a man decided to write about this and the view of how a woman decided to write about it. And then I think you have a point there. Is like there is a reason there's an epidemic of male loneliness, and a lot of it is because it's a lot of it is self-imposed is the thing,
I think so. I think there's an amount of not thinking about it. Like I've had my struggles in it, not through anything like particularly intentional, but just like, hey, you've got a special someone in your life, and that's a really fun thing to invest in. And I don't know, maybe male brain just be bad and it's just like single-minded, but it's like, I will focus all my efforts into this. This is enjoyable and like the most enjoyable. And it's like, well, yeah, but like if things don't work out, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's part of why they think women live longer is because we are more like obviously that relationship is important, but we also have a higher likelihood to have an emphasis on intimate friendships. And there's a lot of intimacy,
actual ones that are
in male friendships that shied away from, I think.
There's a significant amount of literature that points to like having just kids, right? Like things that basically force you to be invested in the continuation of the world and your involvement in it. Like they add like each child is like a year to your life expectancy, basically.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and it's just like, I bet it's just like I don't know if reading that they didn't really speculate, but I'm just like, you know what? It's just connection. It's just like caring about being here, And I think that's something that you can get with making sure you cultivate actual friendships as well. And, yeah.
And making sure that you have people. And we do, as a society, put a really, really heavy emphasis on the superiority of romantic relationships, and platonic relationships kind of end up falling by the wayside. Especially
I want to feel the way about someone the way that Anne feels about Diana.
I mean,
100%.
You listen to a lot of people, it's not a friendship, it's kind of gay.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, honestly,
Also for that
screw platonic friendships. Just fuck everyone. It's great.
That's what pansexuals say.
Like there is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There is a level of just. It's very interesting if you listen to the way that people talk about romantic relationships and how, like, when you remove gender from the equation, like when that's not a thing, that like romantic relationships are also what make very good friendships.
Yeah.
Getting to know a person. And we have rewritten the narrative to make people think that that is something that should be saved for a romantic partner. You should, like, a lot of going against community support, which it's very interesting when you live in a very.
We really kind of wrecked ourselves with. It's like, oh yes,
I mean,
be on your own, self-reliance. You don't need anyone else. It's like, wait a minute, dude. No, that's what's fun.
Certain people doing certain things to have us isolated and very individualistic instead of, considering being a collective.
Well, I do like as someone with a mildly toxic upbringing and still, I don't know, romanticization of that. What are you flat staring with me? I've got plenty of Like again, you were listening to that Behind the Bastards episode. Let's not talk about Robert's comments on revealing things. And
What?
inability. What? Don't worry about it. Just go listen to the Behind the Bastards.
I just need everyone to. Oh God, people just dropped out of here. I need everyone to know that I'm the elder sibling and also the eldest daughter. So you don't know how.
We got 11 people watching.
It'd be a struggle.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But okay.
Anyways,
Hold on. Let me pop.
there's
up
a certain
some-
amount of like appeal to
Mhm.
capacity.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say. Ultimately.
Going back to the books, I suppose it depends on the experience. If you read a lot of AE crime, you have bigger expectations than people that read less crime. For me, it's more like what is needed for the story, because I'm always looking at it from a writer's perspective of does this serve the story? And obviously there are tropes and things that you're going to know, but I have had times where like, especially talking about fantasy, where like they include the world building, like an excessive amount of world building because that's expected, but it doesn't serve the story as well as it could have. Something like I like learning stuff, but I'm tired of exams. I do like nonfiction books and nonfiction podcasts. No such thing as a fish is amazing. Oh, nice. And Ingrid Winter by is it Jana S. Dragsholt is a Norwegian funny contemporary series. So written outside the U.S. is not equal to pressing. We love that, and it is available. I might have to look that. I might have to look that up. So, all right, let me pull up the timer. I'm going to read some more. And then I'm going to get some stuff done. But I want to actually get into this book. So, I'll be honest. This book has me wanting to shirk all responsibilities today, which I cannot do. But it's tempting. So
Why not?
I feel that.
Yeah.
You can do anything you put your mind to.
Well, yes, but I also have true Chekhov's gun. If you mention something, it should be important. Preach. And that's like, and it's even like going further. Like, if you mention something, you should have a purpose for why it is that way. Does that make sense? Like, even
How
if
very
it's not
Western thinking of you.
Well, no, and even if it's not going to be used in that particular story, like there's still the possibility. Like there are so many things that have meaning beyond what is apparent in the page in what I write, but I don't get into it. But it's still like there is still a thought process that goes, and it's connected back to the plot. And I think
Metaphors? No.
Readers can feel that when that is the case. Whether
real quick, I want
to. Who knows?
I just got to the thing. Sorry.
You got to
finish
what
your point. I just wanted to say, girl, don't you fucking lie to me. Your lows are like 66. We're jumping back to like an hour ago.
Buddy.
Talking about,
I don't even know what.
No,
I'm just gonna check and
32.
see how cold it is today.
Buddy.
It's not that cold.
They're not current. I'm not talking about us currently having a frost warning in place. That doesn't happen until
It's
December,
so cold.
January,
I gotta
February,
cover my plants.
buddy. But
It's
like,
39 degrees outside.
no, I'm not. I don't want to be up there. Thank you. No. Oh,
Love you.
like
Yes,
I
on
don't
the
think you guys. I don't think you understand. I read Winter Counts, and I'm never going up north during the winter.
Oh, you will.
No, you should come.
You will. You really should.
No.
Can we
I said
kidnap
I-
her, Thor?
Anyways, but no, I mean, like, I know that
You drive the getaway van because I cannot drive in city places, and so
Oh,
yeah,
shit,
I
yeah.
will do the
I
muscle.
She doesn't live in the city.
I'm a Floridian, Michelle. I don't know how to
St. Pete
drive in
doesn't count.
snow.
I don't know how we're gonna like smuggle her on the plane, so we might have to make it like a road trip.
Yeah, potentially.
It's like driving in heavy rain. It's fine.
Yeah.
Drive a
I mean,
snowmobile.
I don't
It's
drive
fine.
in heavy rain, my guy.
Have you
I don't
seen
even
how
have
I
my.
know.
I only have my permit right
Yeah.
now.
Oh dear. Oh no. I see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen how Floridians drive in heavy rain, Ben.
Oh, it's better than everyone else.
So,
Just wait till there's more snow on the ground. Everyone's gonna forget how to drive on the very first day.
Good Lord.
As soon as there's snow on the ground and that it covers more than like this much, everyone forgets exactly how to drive.
Yeah.
People forget how to park. Somebody's parked like this, the other person's parked like over here. There's like this big gap in between.
But not enough to fit a car in, obviously.
No, because they're just parked. They're parked how everyone else is parked.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they might park close, and then someone goes away, and then the next person parks all weird, like.
Or you got
Not
one guy who's like
impossible.
double parked, where he's parked like an asshole with his big old truck. Yeah.
Oh God.
Hell yeah, dude.
I hate that. But no, to go back to your point, it does not happen often, sir. Because when it does, it makes the news because they're like, cover your, like it's a genuine news thing, but they're like, cover your plants. It's going to get to the 30s tonight, not today, but tonight.
That hasn't happened in 10 years.
That is a lie. It's happened in the last couple of years. Sorry.
Really? Oh, wow.
All right. So let's go ahead. Let's sprint. And just know that you're wrong, sir.
You're wrong. No, I'm not muted.
Welcome back. Got to page.
Enjoy that you've made your own custom timer for everyone to enjoy.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with that timer.
It looks nice. It also doesn't freak me out every time in the other ones where they explode and go, and you're like, oh my god! I wasn't expecting that.
I've been told that this one is too quiet. So there's another one that I have that's a little bit longer, but it's only 40 minutes. So, anyways, I got to page 30, which was 8 pages. And if anyone's looking for my Twitter and you're not already following me, it's on private now because that man's response to me going, well, you're a bigger account. Like you QTing me is different from me quote tweeting you, was to basically go, oh, well, then maybe you should just shut up. Like maybe you shouldn't quote tweet people.
So
you shouldn't engage. It's like.
So you did the thing that he said to do?
What?
I said, so you did the thing that he said to do?
No, I went on private, so he can't quote tweet my reply. He'll see it, but he can't.
I feel like that's the same thing, though. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know how to internet fight. I'm dirt.
It's less of a like. It's not going to be for always. It's just until he gets bored and like I'll. He just like doesn't get access to me right now, and I didn't want to fully block him because like he does have stuff that makes you think, and a good point on occasion. So, let's see. Elena just finished Sprints with Hannah. Nice. It was great. Got to page 319 and 11 chapters. Personally, a 4-star. Purple Dragonfly got more adulting accomplished. Nice. Next sprint, I'll be reading for a break before doing more chores. Awesome. I think we are going to do one more spread. That seems like a decent place for me to stop, but like I'm not ready to go do other things yet that require me to not be here. So anyways, 326 pages in and 12 chapters read. Lula is taking notes on a nonfiction called Save the Cat, writes a novel.
I need to do some more of that. I want to get practice again writing things. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you sent it to me.
Very good book. I love the beat system that they put through because you really can customize it to whatever your story needs. Yep. Oh no, I forgot about the week 1 no media challenge I was going to start today. I've already failed by watching YouTube. Start it tomorrow. Tomorrow is a brand new day.
It be like that sometimes. It's fine.
It be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
The only one that's keeping you accountable is you. So.
Yep.
Fine.
And tomorrow is a new day. You can always try it starting tomorrow. Don't give up just because you didn't get it done today. For me, it's like if I'm gonna go no media, there are certain medias that are exempt from that because they help me be productive. So, Christy says, only read 1 chapter in that sprint because I ate and watched an episode of Vampire Diaries. Very funny that you bring that up. There was a lot of talk of the Vampire Diaries in my most recent vlog because I was reading a vampire book. And how it is very clear that the author, or that this book probably started out as Twilight fan fiction, but the author was like, this is weird. I'm going to rewrite it with the main character being in her 30s so that the age gap isn't odd. But then, of course, we had to mention that it is possible for vampires and witches to get, to have kids. And I was like, we already covered this in fucking Twilight. We don't need this in the world. That's what Breaking Dawn proved, is we don't need this in the world.
I love you, you're wrong. I need to know that the vampires can fuck.
The vampires can fuck, they just can't have kids.
I need explicit detail every single time in every new world. Know that they can fuck and who they can fuck and hope to have good things come from it. It's obviously childbirth is the only thing that's good about sex.
Yeah, I I put the series down because Cal was like, yeah, they get into eugenics later on in the series, so I was like,
Hey, beautiful. That's
oh, that's a
terrible.
no.
Fuck those. That
I've
book.
got there are better vampire books out there.
What was the Raven book one that you read when you were a kid? And it's like, oh, it got weird. I think there was lesbianism in it or something, and your poor little young baby Christian mind couldn't handle it.
Oh, you mean Hawk Song? That wasn't a vampire book. That was a shifter. Those were shifter books. I never did finish that series, did I?
It fits the same itch.
Yeah. No, truly the person that this book wanted to write a shifter romance. There was so much purring. So much purring. I don't understand why there was vampires are not associated with cats. I don't know why there was so much purring. And it will happen. Okay. Lula says the point of this challenge is to replace media with books. It's sort of a reading challenge. Whenever I tell people I like vampires and werewolves and other mythical creatures like that, they always ask if I like Twilight. Like, no, that is the worst example of this genre. It really. There are so many better books by less problematic people. So don't go for Jay Kristoff though, because he's not much better. Possibly worse? I don't know. I don't know either of them personally. But no, I like paranormal creepy crawlies in my those are always fun stories for me. I'm always here for that. Whoop. DNF of Reverie, the writing was just not for me. That's what I heard from a lot of people. So I think it's one of those books. It sounds like if you like it, you like it, but if you don't, it might not be the book for you. Oh, speaking of books,
It just depends on how horny you are.
Speaking of horny, have you finished A Conjuring of Light?
Oh yeah, I got through to the end. I finally read that stupid series you want to make too.
What?
Renee
is reading Little Thieves. We have to celebrate anyone who reads Little Thieves. You may continue with your point, sir.
I wasn't talking about little a big overarching point. I thought it was interesting. I like the damage. It made me sad the king and queen died. I did like the duality, like the reflection of oh no, he wasn't fast enough, and then oh, he was fast enough. Fuck, no, it didn't matter. Fuck. That was a good reveal, or sequence.
Well, I love it. For context, y'all, this boy DM'd me to tell me that I read some smutty book, which is true.
That lady finished, and everyone knew it. All right.
No, that everyone knowing it part happened before. Just
Sometimes I feel like my ears are too innocent for some of the stuff, but at the same time, you read the most smutty shit alive.
You read The Kiss Quotient, Thor. Don't give me that.
I'm also halfway in Priest, so.
God bless you.
So Thor, I'm not wrong. She reads smutty stuff, right?
I have read far more, but that's not even explicit, sir. That's not even explicit. We just know something happened. There are YA books more explicit than that.
Did you finish that? Like resting in between her legs, and then there's a pulse, and there's a whole. This is very explicit. I don't know your printing, but in the audiobook.
I really need you to read the Brown Sisters books.
Ooh.
Read some actual romance books, and you will understand why I'm that's not explicit.
That's fine. My poor little ace fantasy self.
Specifically the third book, with Eve Brown.
There's
a few chapters there that
I was uncomfy. It was a good
All
scene.
right. I want to throw a bit of prudishness, and I'm sorry if this is all old-fashioned,
boy.
but when I look for content that wants to give me that special feeling, I feel like it is inappropriate to come from any source that isn't trying to set up some embarrassingly timed images showing up on my computer when I don't want them to, and or steal my bank account information. Okay? If I have to get if I can just get that on Audible and it's like reputable and it's like
so basically you
not
want the
sketch,
coin app.
then
What's wrong with you?
what's the point? So much.
He's like, I like a little bit of thrill in my smut.
Like I want to have my personal information stolen if I'm gonna be turned on.
Let's just not talk about kinks because they were too revealing.
We know that Benny
Listen.
Boy lives on the wild side. That's what we know.
Buddy, your
Fine.
mother has read that book and had nothing to say about it.
I have no idea how.
I
Maybe
read
she
that
just-
book.
Maybe she
When did I?
maybe she just doesn't understand the concept. She is a boomer.
I mean, considering that she
Not of no. Of course she understands the concept of smut. I just meant the female orgasm.
I'm not. I have had one of our parents has talked to me about masturbation being okay, and it was not our father.
That is fair. Thor's just like, oh God, sorry,
No,
go
I
home.
grew up.
Did she
I
also
grew up
give you
in a
that talk?
repressed Catholic household, so there was none of this.
Hell yeah.
None of this talk at all happening.
Oh, I didn't get this until I was like in my mid-20s because I brought it up and was somehow it came up in a conversation we were having. Like we had conversations about sex and stuff.
I certainly only heard the things of, and we don't practice in this household. So that was my interpretation on.
When
I
it
think-
came to
I think
sex,
it was
my
meant-
mom was just like, "Yeah, don't do it at all." And
I
don't
think
get
it was
pregnant.
meant a different way, actually. But
Yeah, my mom talked a little bit about it. Probably.
Oh.
Let's see. When did I read this? I read this. No way this was published in 2017.
What? Yeah, definitely. What, Conjuring of Light?
Oh, that feels so long. Like it feels like it was published so long ago. I read this in 2017.
Welcome to being old. Ha!
I read this in 2017 when I was still like mostly a conservative. And it was definitely before the conversation with mom.
Holy shit. You were mostly a conservative at 2017? That was 1 year into Trump time. What are you fucking talking about?
It was, but I was still of the opinion that there had to be reasonable Republicans out there. He was
Yes.
wrong.
All right, that's fair.
And I'm also talking socially, like when it comes to like what I believed about, especially when it comes to like sex and stuff. That is much newer.
Mhm. Yeah.
A lot of that.
I had a lot of. We jumped off of the socially conservative bandwagon years ago, years before, a good number of years before that. But I did have like faith in reasonableness, and then it's like, wait a minute, this is terrible.
In the Republican
okay.
desire to
Everything's
actually
awful.
govern.
I think it's kind of funny when adults.
So here's the important thing. Like I realized, like I had a mind moment where it was like, oh, the Republicans are doing literally nothing but saying Obama bad. Like that's it. It's like there's no
Well,
proposals to affect
Sure.
things. It's like, wait a minute. Oh shit. Are you useless?
Benjamin, you just cut Thor off.
Yes.
It's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He had a whole
I I'm having a slight delay with this with my
Ah.
headset. So like because it's Bluetooth connected, there's a little delay. So like I'm talking, I hear myself, and I don't hear you come through. Not, both not loud enough, and at like a delay when you're trying to respond. So I apologize for cutting you off. It is not intentional.
That's a metaphor. What were you gonna say, Thor?
You know what? It's okay. I actually have no idea what I was going to say. It was a half baked thought, and then Benny Boy came in, so I was like,
Christ.
it's all good.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Oh. Anyways,
okay. I'll take that.
No, it really is okay. Like we are all good.
it did take me a little longer to kind of realize that, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it was a little more politically motivated than you were in that era.
yeah, definitely. So
Um,
I think, and I think that a lot of what I know and what I is so like shaped by the stuff that I ended up consuming in 2020. So, anyways, let me reset the timer.
I think 2020 really reshaped a lot of people's ideals on things.
I think it really like made me actually seek out the information in a lot of cases, you know? Because I think there's kind of like almost like a slippery slope that you start to find out that about this, and then suddenly you know about like I already knew like there was a whole bunch of shit that was wrong. Like I'd known that since 2014. But I don't think I really went beyond voting at that point. I wasn't doing research. I wasn't listening to things that were actively going, hey, like here is the history of this stuff that they didn't tell you. Because I think there's a lot that like there's a point where you realize how much you don't know, and suddenly you're being exposed to all of that. Like you figure out what you don't know, and you're looking for all of that information, or being exposed to it. But until you know where you need to be looking, it's a lot slower of a process, if that makes sense. So, like one of the podcasts that I listen to, the dude who does it he's not a socialist, he's an anarchist. So, like, and that was extremely radicalizing to really understand what anarchism is. And that. So, and like I get why
like a little bit like 2016, I was still pretty to jump back a little bit. Like I was still like had some things of like, oh no, First Amendment rights, that's a thing. And it's like, well, there are groups that are bad. It's like, yeah, but like it can't be that bad. It's like, no, they're that bad. And it's like, oh. So when they say that, they're like that. It's not just like a, oh my, okay, yeah. That took a 2016 definitely was a realization moment as well with that. It's just like, I see. This is
2014 was my big kind of
history's great.
My first eye awakening moment. But I think a lot of stuff kind of like the process was much slower, and I think it felt like we were making more progress than we had before 2020, if that makes sense. So anyways, you don't know what bubble you've been raised in until you step outside the bubble. So
poor Thor just being like, yes, you bitches, you finally understand. Why did it take so long?
You know what? I live in South Dakota. Everybody has their own journey. And I still have friends who are die-hard Trumpers. Like she literally has a gigantic flag, like Trump flag, in her house. Gigantic. So yeah, it's like they almost get to the point and then just narrowly miss it.
wild how you'll be talking with them and they'll be like, yeah, no, this needs to be fixed. Yeah, absolutely. What the solution needs to be is we're going to go this way, to the people who have zero interest in fixing it.
Yeah.
Max says, for me with Zionism, it wasn't really until 2021 or so. I mean, I think that's the case for a lot of us, because I think 2021 was when up till this point, the most recent conflict that people knew had happened, because it was on the media and like we saw it. I know for me, the person that opened my eyes was actually a Jewish rabbi who started having me go, hi. She's also the person that has me questioning a lot of my religion and how it is applied when it comes to evangelicalism. But anyways, it is very funny.
That's a whole nut to crack.
Yeah, it is very funny though to be able to look back and on stuff that I was allowed to read as a child, and how now I'm like, our parents made a mistake letting me read that.
What was the thing you think is key in that realm? A good example of that. I'm curious.
I mean, just the biggest example was like some of the historical fiction, because you had they were not perfect and they were written by white people for the most part, but you had a lot of things like Dear America that didn't
some of those Dear Americas weren't even written by the people that the stories were about. It was written by white people.
Yeah, here the biggest, obviously we grow up in the United States knowing that slavery happened, all of that. The fact that people did not grow up knowing about, for example, the Trail of Tears was a surprise to me, because I read about that via Dear America. And they didn't mince a lot of words with those books when they were covering that stuff. Mm-hmm. It's still, they kept it age appropriate, but even when you're talking about the stupid books about the Oregon Trail, they didn't mince words about how easy it was for someone to die. They did not shy away from the gross stuff. Now, I mean, the physically gross stuff. There was still some gross stuff in some of those, because you're going from the person's perspective. But Mom ended up letting me read a lot of stuff about African American history and Indigenous history that I think if she had known that I was going to look back and realize that what they've been telling me was wrong this entire time, eventually she would not have. I remember the conversation that we had about one of the biographies I did, because I did that whole white girl thing where I had an entire obsession over Indigenous culture when I was 12. But we would have conversations about some of the wars that happened.
Boy, I don't remember that.
It's because you didn't read those books, and I remember talking about some of that, and looking back at her response, I'm just like, man. Anyways, we don't read Laura Ingalls Wilder in this household anymore.
Oh God.
That was big when I was growing up. But yeah, it's just it is very obvious how they try to brainwash you, and then they utterly failed. They pulled us out because we were learning the wrong things in school, and then we still ended up learning them.
Yeah, it wasn't until I joined BookTube that I remember going to the library and seeing all of these, not just regular books before we got to have diversity, actual diversity in books. And I just remember looking through all these shelves and being like, oh my gosh, there's all this cool shit here. I didn't get this when I was in fucking high school.
Yeah, no, and because they weren't, I mean, some of those books have existed. What was it? Hold on. Well, it is very interesting to look and see, like what was Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. Like that one's now on reading lists. I read that when I was a teenager, and it was just something I happened to find at the library, but those weren't books that people were putting forward.
I think it was on our list when we were in
Yeah.
middle school, I want to say.
Oh, wow, okay. We probably were getting super outdated lists. Since
Probably.
that, because we did some literature, but most of it was just me going to the library and picking out books I wanted to read, and Mom didn't worry beyond that. Because she knew if there was something objectionable in it, I would say, oh, hey, I don't think I should read this, Mom. I was such
Meanwhile, I'm like, oh, look, there's dinosaurs on the screen. What are they doing with their clothes? I don't know. There's dinosaurs on the screen. That's all that matters to me.
You are hilarious. Okay, hold on. Like I actually recently learned that the term zealot came from Jewish extremists in the 1st century against the Romans, and I'm like, that is it's amazing how many words trace back to something with the Jewish struggle. Like they wouldn't listen to rabbis asking for peace, and like, yeah, and they want to act like they're the good guys, and like their ideology existed before about 1880. Like Zionism in and of itself can be traced to a specific man at a specific time and like a group of people that came together. And it happened in the late 1800s when that started being a push.
His name is Abraham, and the other man was God.
No,
They set out the course for.
In fact, his last name was Herzl, and it was encouraged. So what people don't realize is that when this movement that is now what we know as Zionism cropped up, the white anti-Semites in England were like, yes, this is a good idea. Let's get rid of all the Jews and send them to Uganda. They were like, it was going to be Uganda, Palestine, or Madagascar. Anyways.
What a strange flex.
I mean, a lot of white people's reaction at that time to people they didn't want to have in their countries was to send them to Africa, because obviously there weren't people there already.
Because that makes so much fucking sense.
It does. Like, so much sense. Anyways, I see, Ben, you have not gotten to the Netanyahu episodes on Bastards yet.
I'm possibly. I think I've listened to the Zionism ones. Those are recent ones, right?
Netanyahu's a while ago. I went and I listened to that one recently.
There's one on Netan specifically.
Specifically on Netanyahu. I went back and listened to that one recently because Robert just tends to be a really good jumping off point for things. Because
Robert's well researched.
Yeah, he's really well researched. He does a really good job of compiling sources for you to then go and look for or look at. When I found out about Uganda, I was like, for real. I'm just like, why? Can we leave Africa out of this, guys? So
no, because that's going to be the next big battleground of like.
Oh, it's already things. There's already stuff going on in the Congo right now. There is a lot of
Niger,
we're not hearing about it as much. There's a lot of
all that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with the mines, especially, and like the kids.
Well, it's been interesting because the French suck and have ruined tastes, and Wagner's more than happy to do that. Although they've been less good there lately, but I think It's Russia. Both Russia and China are like looking at the development and the demographic projections and going, we can use this. It's like, well, they can.
Yep. Colonialism is
dear.
We're still doing it. We just call it capitalism. So anyways, but how it was supposed to be an option for Israel. Like, yeah, exactly. The rationalization was it's not where we are. That was their rationalization. It's getting them out of our country. So, anyways, and the sad thing is that like some people that did move to Palestine, they did it at the very beginning in 1917. Some of them actually wanted to integrate with the local population. So, yeah, that was a very small majority or minority, but like the stuff that's happening over there was entirely stoked by the United States and anti-Semitism and Britain. So, anyways, let's pull up the timer. All right, this is 45. I will see y'all when the timer goes off.
Ben, you're not muted, my guy.
My bad. Hello.
Well, hello. I am clearly not in a very good reading space because I just cannot focus for the life of me.
The ADHD, it gets you.
Yeah, it does.
Here.
I also kind of need a nap.
Yeah, I understand that feeling.
I
slept in until 1 o'clock yesterday after going to bed at like 10 or 11. Like,
well, you've been sick though. That makes sense.
it's true. And we had a holiday, so it was nice.
You had a holiday.
Veterans Day.
Weird. Usually they do that on Monday. Oh well.
No, we got it on the Friday.
Well, that's got to be nice.
So it was nice.
Yeah. I read 4 pages. How did you do?
I filled out notes on about a third of the map, a third of the second map that I'm doing.
Nice.
For you all.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ow.
I still got to figure out how to add the customizations that I have in mind. That will mean very little for you guys, likely, but it'll make sense for Kara.
Oh
I
my
used to
god.
have a bunch of chains and whips that I describe as meaningful, and it's like,
Did I miss something? I walked away for 5 seconds.
I'm implying things that aren't true to my delight as it causes my sister to be uncomfortable.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, are you including a dragon for Kara? Because I think that's what will really excite her.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Maybe. I didn't think about that. It's fine. She doesn't.
The fact that she has not played a barb.
This dragon is underaged. No dragon for you.
Did some reading. Purple Dragonfly did some reading, but my computer is also having multiple meltdowns, so dealing with that. Okay. How did your sprint go, Thor?
It's really awkward because my mother-in-law's here, and I was like, I just grabbed my food. What?
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 I said we can't stop talking about sex things on this.
Well, no,
thing.
it's just the fact that like I don't know why she made it sound like something horrible was happening. And I was like, what? And Calvin's like, I'm just trying to get a different vehicle. And then he started calling and I was like, okay, I have sprints, so I'm just gonna leave y'all alone. I don't want to.
I want no part in this.
You do you.
That's your family drama. Do you need me? No? Okay, good.
Bye.
I feel that. That feels, yep. So, Ben was talking about how he made notes and is putting in customizations for this particular world that he's like, y'all probably won't get, but Kara will. So.
And I was like, whips and chains, they're lovingly described and yada yada. There we go. There we go. See, Thor's the fun one. I don't know what you're about.
I'm just imagining the S&M song from Rihanna.
Oh my god, that's funny. That is a good song. I don't even relate. It's a good song. I still sing that one at the top of my lungs. It's a good song.
I feel like that's the one that like I feel of many pop songs has gotten the most like, oh, that's overplayed. Why?
See, that's the nice thing about never listening to the radio and only ever listening to your Spotify playlist or YouTube music playlists.
Yeah, that's true.
So, anyways.
I'm just now realizing that I didn't upload a recent read since July, since like June.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. Time gets away from you.
I've read a lot of books since then, though. Last month I read like 43 books.
Thor, I haven't uploaded a wrap up for any of the books I've read this year. One's filmed for January and February. It's filmed. I didn't upload it. I use
Oh,
videos 3 times a week. I don't know how I managed that. Like I have no idea how I managed that.
okay.
I'm doing good to get 1 up a week and do 2 live shows these days. So, anyways,
Okay.
speaking of, it seems like your little YouTube channel doesn't do stuff anymore, Ben. But do you have anything you want to? Do either of you have anything you want to plug?
Oh no, I haven't. I mean, eventually I'll make the comeback. I should, now that I'm like getting back into like making D&D content and doing this. It's like, oh right, I remember how these things feel when you have time to do them. Oh yes, oh yes. So I might make a comeback. I just
Interesting.
need to let Rob know to
Sounds good.
not dismantle things.
All
Right.
I really have is everything that I uploaded in September, which was a reset vlog and a book haul.
Nice.
Otherwise, I am at I'm really close to 1,400. And when I say close, I mean 11 away.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if anyone knows this, but I did just upload the description. So if you guys want to go check out Thor's channel and then maybe subscribe, you should.
Don't worry, I'm uploading a lot of videos this month.
Good.
Hoping to.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Listen.
Plus, I have a Colleen Hoover vlog coming out.
Pauline Kluver?
Don't ask.
Colleen Hoover. He's gonna look it up anyway.
Just wait till Thor's vlog goes up and you will understand.
All right.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I
Thor?
read this, and I'm going to read more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Was it a good experience,
sweet.
or are you torturing yourself for content?
you'll have to see the vlog to find out. Promotion.
Oh.
Is this,
All right,
is
that
this
better be
book
the next
finally
video coming
include-
out. I'm kidding.
Is this the first book that finally includes the phrase lemon party? Legitimately, I'm curious.
All right.
Okay. Anyways, I have a video that just came out yesterday for torturing myself for content. Only one of the books was torture, and only in some places. So if you would like to see me rant about the state of vampire fiction, and then read 2 books that one that absolutely wrecked me and one that creeped me the fuck out, but in the best way, you should go check that vlog out. And then I also did just put up my Taylor Swift 1989 Taylor's version recommendations. So if y'all want to watch that, that would be great. I am slightly like kind of happy. Like I'm sad that it's not doing as well as the Speak Now video did. But the fact that the Speak Now video got way more traction than my 1989 video is like, I've got feelings about that, but like more people.
Maybe
like
because it was
that video.
purple, and everyone knows that purple's your favorite color.
Potentially. I don't know. I think it also doesn't help that I posted the 1989 video at like 9 p.m. because like this book has to go up. But sometimes you do things. We'll see. Thank you for joining me. Like I said, Thor is linked down in the description box now. You'll need to refresh if you've been here the whole time. So we'd love to, check your channel out. Also, my recent videos playlist is linked in the description box if you want to check out some of those. And I have nothing to plug for my brother. I'm sorry.
That's fine. There's nothing to plug. All of my online existences have fallen apart and gone into rapid decay, which honestly isn't the worst thing in the world.
I mean, if something's going to go into rapid decay in your life, having it be your online social media stuff, not the worst thing that could happen.
I much prefer it to like my throat doing that to me, but hey.
Okay. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, and I will see y'all later. We will talk about